I do turn it down?
I was like, those hands are
Why don't you, this is Carol. Carol is my old job at the beginning.
Hi.
I'm speaking with a 550.
Hi.
Yes, it works well. Oh, we have to leave Carol.
What job are you getting?
No, it's exactly it. It's exactly right. Just him and slightly titles there. Stop talking.
Enjoy.
Distinguished guests, please take your seats. The summit will be starting in 5 minutes. Distinguished guests, please take your seats. The summit will be starting shortly. Distinguished guests, please take your seats. The summit is about to start. Distinguished guests, please take your seats. The summit is about to start. Distinguished guests, please take your seats. The summit is about to start. Distinguished guests, please welcome to the stage our host, the award-winning British actor, Andrew Ando.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Andrew Ando, and I will be your MC for the day. And what a day we have ahead of us. May I welcome this fabulous array of distinguished guests to this, the British government's inaugural International Investment Summit. It is wonderful to see so many of the world's top business leaders, investors and creative minds gathered together under one roof, and we are so excited to seize this terrific opportunity to bring great minds to bear on the rebooting, galvanising and harnessing of the power of the British economy for the growth and well-being of our nation. Britain is open for business. We need investment in technology, infrastructure, in people, and within our new stable framework there is a huge task of renewal awaiting us. We need investment now and over the longer term to address productivity and competitiveness, and to be the economic driver of growth, which at its heart is our most powerful instrument for hope. Great Britain is hungry for better days ahead, and in this gathering we have a thrilling opportunity to seize the day. And this will be a day of panels, breakout sessions and conversations. Everyone you might want to talk to from the government, from the city and regional mayoralties, and from businesses, national and international, is in this room. And we thank you all for being here. We'll be hearing from the Prime Minister, from the Chancellor, and from ministers and First Ministers across the piece, and from creators and innovators from across the worlds of trade and industry. And then, just when everyone thinks they have peaked, we'll top off the day with a fabulous evening at St. Paul's Cathedral with His Majesty the King in attendance, dining courtesy of 3 Michelin-starred Claire Smith, and a stunning special guest performance from, well, more on that later. So let's kick off this International Investment Summit with the sound of opportunity.
urgent and we begin today.
Well, a very good morning and a warm welcome to the UK's 2024 International Investment Summit. It is a real pleasure to welcome you to London's historic Guildhall today. And as I open this summit, my message to you, to investors and businesses based here and abroad, is this. The UK is back. It's back at the global table. Saturday marked 100 days of our new government, and with it, we bring a new era of stability, of openness, of a commitment to use our mandate to shape the business environment and remove barriers to investment. As the Chancellor has said, under this government, the UK respects business, it wants to partner with business, and it is open for business. And trade and international investment lie at the heart of our plan to drive growth for the whole country. That's because we know the UK has so much potential. We have one of the largest, most open economies, a legal system that sets global standards, a regulatory environment with some of the strongest safeguards for investment and the greatest incentives for innovation. We benefit from a skilled and diverse workforce, supported by an immigration system that draws talent from around the globe. In fact, we are the second most attractive country in the G20 for young people. Our tech ecosystem, the third in the world to ever be valued at over $1 trillion, boasts the highest number of unicorn companies in Europe. And the new government's plan to build a pro-innovation, pro-wealth creation economy is designed to help businesses and investors alike to take advantage of this and to build on it for the future. And that's why the government's new modern industrial strategy will take that even further. A strategy that promises to be outward-looking and international from the start, drawing on the best of what has been achieved globally. It will build on the UK's strengths to support even more international businesses to thrive in our market. To do this, we are guided by 4 key principles. Building long-term stability, renewing our commitment to free and fair trade, cutting costs for investors, and working in partnership with business and trade unions. Our industrial strategy will create long-term, sustainable, inclusive and secure growth, injecting capital into 8 high-productivity, high-export, high-investment sectors, those in which the UK already claims a significant competitive advantage. Those sectors are financial services, professional and business services, clean energy industries, digital and tech, advanced manufacturing, life sciences, creative industries, and defence. Above all else, our industrial strategy will show that we are listening and responding to the needs of business. To that end, it will engage on those more complex issues you've highlighted to us as barriers to investment: skills, data, finance, regulation, energy prices, grid connections, infrastructure and planning. And we'll view every single one of these through the lens of investment promotion, ensuring that our policies are made with business and for business. We want to work with mayors and multinationals, councils and CEOs, devolved administrations and academics to deliver that prosperity through partnership. And you can see that here at this summit, in our announcement of the expanded Office for Investment. It will become the UK's full investment promotion body, with powerful tripartite sponsorship from the Prime Minister, the Chancellor and myself. It will be led by our new Minister for Investment, Poppy Gustafsson, a titan of the tech world who comes into government with a wealth of private sector experience, not least in co-founding Darktrace and turning it into a multi-billion-pound company. And I know she will expertly guide the Office for Investment in providing a seamless journey for our most strategically important international and domestic investors, helping them navigate government and unlock capital. And this offer to investors will include new triage services to support them with planning and skills issues. This will be a partnership with expert planners and skills specialists in the Ministry of Housing and the Department for Education, providing bespoke, practical support to tear down those barriers to investment. The Office for Investment will also work hand in hand with central and local government to turn the industrial strategy and regional growth plans into a clear, commercially attractive pipeline of investment opportunities. We want to pilot a new way of supporting transformational local projects. We want to connect them with specialist support to develop exciting opportunities at the right scale and the right commercial credibility to pull in large-scale investment. Together, these changes will help supercharge investment into our cities and regions, whether that's digital industries in Belfast, life sciences in Cambridge and Liverpool, advanced manufacturing in Wales and Greater Manchester, or financial services in Edinburgh, Leeds, or right here in London, where we want our capital to retain its crown as the top financial centre ahead of New York, Paris and Singapore. Yesterday, we announced a new Industrial Strategy Advisory Council to help spearhead this work, and I am delighted to say it will be led by Claire Bartley. As the trailblazing CEO of Microsoft UK, Claire is perfectly placed to lead the Council's work in bringing leaders together right across business, academia and the trade union movement to drive forward the strategy's implementation. Part of that work is ensuring that our growth-spurring sectors can fully benefit from our upcoming trade strategy, where we're forging a closer relationship with the EU. We want smoother trade and simple processes for doing business, but we're also seeking new growth-spurring trade deals with powerhouse economies across the globe, including the Gulf Cooperation Council and India. Crucially, the delivery of our industrial strategy is not limited to one or two departments. It is a complete cross-government effort. And it's why our new National Wealth Fund is turbocharging investment into the green technologies of the future. And you'll be hearing more from the Chancellor today about the next big steps we're taking to ensure the National Wealth Fund benefits businesses and communities in every part of the country. It's complemented by the work of the Department for Energy Security and Net Zero. They are ensuring that businesses are the ones leading Britain's charge to becoming a clean energy superpower by 2030. It's also why the Ministry of Housing is overhauling our planning system so that international investment flows into building the next generation of UK infrastructure alongside 1.5 million new homes. Over the course of today, hopefully you'll have the chance to meet some of the Cabinet Ministers delivering on the missions I've spoken about. They are personally delivering the era of change, of stability and certainty that this new government brings. Quite simply, my friends, the days of the UK constantly shifting policies and priorities are over. We are here and committed to the long term. So we really do believe we have a world-beating offer for those who make the UK their investment destination of choice. I hope that resonates in the plenary sessions, the networking events, and the keynote speeches we have planned for you today. I hope you will leave this summit inspired by what you've heard, confident that here in the UK we have a government that wants you to be at the forefront of our new pro-innovation, pro-business, pro-wealth creation economy. And we want you to share in its success. And now, it is my great pleasure to welcome my friend, the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Johnny, and thanks to all of you for being here. It's fantastic to stand here and to look out and see so many of you here. And I'm really grateful that you've made the effort and you are here. It means a huge amount to me and my government. And welcome to this government's first International Investment Summit. And some of you, I know, have come a very long way to be here. You've flown in a great distance. Some of you will be going straight back out again afterwards. You've made a huge effort to share with us the precious gift of your time, and we're really, really grateful for that. And welcome to the Guildhall, London's ancient town hall. Isn't it a fantastic building? It's really breathtaking, this Guildhall. Not, of course, to be confused with the nearby Guildhall School of Music, where I once pursued a fleeting ambition to play the flute professionally. I kid you not. Complete with then long hair and very, very flared jeans. All photographic evidence has been destroyed, I'm afraid. But today we're pursuing a different ambition, a shared ambition: growth. You have to grow your business, and I have to grow my country. I'll leave it to you to decide if you think voters or shareholders are the more forgiving audience. But without growth, let's just agree, it's a difficult conversation, whoever you're talking to. And that therefore growth is the cause that binds us together, the shared endeavour of prosperity. It's why we've made it the #1 test of this government. And I'm determined to do everything in my power to galvanise growth, determined for this country to be the highest growing economy in the G7. That is our most important national mission, because it's the only way to deliver the mandate for change that we've won. Growth is higher wages. Growth is a more vibrant high street. Growth is public services back on their feet. It's less poverty, more opportunity, more meals out, more holidays, more precious moments with your family, more cash in your pocket. And of course, for any business, it means a bigger market, higher demand, a more secure and prosperous future, your effort and enterprise rewarded in profit. But it is much more important even than all that. We live in an age when political fires rage across the world. Conflict, insecurity, a populist mood that rails against the open values so many of us hold dear. Values which, as you know, are so crucial for making business easy to do. And yet at the same time, look around the world. Look at the investments you and others are making. This is an age of great possibility as well. Huge revolutions in digital technology, in clean energy, medicine, life sciences, each with the potential to fundamentally change the way we live and the way that we work. Each with the possibility to transform the lives of working people for the better. And so, in times like this, economic growth is vital, as it's always been, if we're to steer our way through a great period of insecurity and change and on to calmer waters. Because when working people benefit from that growth, when every community enjoys the fruits of wealth creation, it stops a country turning in on itself and against the world. And that in turn helps provide a stable foundation, breathing space, for a country to take advantage of those opportunities for a better future. To put it more simply, it's not just that stability leads to growth, though we all recognise that. It's also that growth leads to stability. Growth leads to a country that's better equipped to come together and get its future back. And that's why it's always been so critical to my political project. The key ingredient of that, great moderation, we became accustomed to before the financial crash, but which, together, in partnership, we now have to earn again. Every one of you here today has been invited for that reason. It's not just that you lead some of the most important businesses in the world. It's also because you're pivotal to this great cause of our times. And the reason we are focusing so much on investment is because the mission of growth in this country in particular demands it. Private sector investment is the way we rebuild our country and pay our way in the world. And make no mistake, this is a great moment to back Britain. This is a great moment to back England, Scotland, Northern Ireland and Wales. We have an amazing education system that produces some of the best talent in the world, the largest tech sector in Europe, leading positions in some of those great industries of the future, artificial intelligence, life sciences, clean energy, the creative industries. We're a country where businesses thrive, small and large alike, clear regulatory frameworks of protection, a legal system that sets high standards around the globe, a location that means we can speak to our colleagues in the Americas or Asia in the same day, a high ranking in the Global Innovation Index every year, our wonderful global language, our world-renowned sport and culture, this great modern city all around us, a heritage steeped in commerce and trade, a set of shared values, centuries long, of being a country that is open for business. You can't put a price on any of this. Now, we've got our problems, of course we have. As I've said, our public services need urgent care. Our public finances need the tough love of prudence. Challenges we cannot ignore. Because we know, just as every leader here knows, that those early weeks and months are precious. And no matter how many people advise you to ignore it, that you must run towards the fire to put it out, not let it spread further. So we will fix our public services. We will stabilise our economy, and we will do it quickly, because we don't want any of the problems associated with our inheritance. Misting up the shop window of Britain, distracting you from all those assets that I just listed, assets that may feel more intangible, but are more valuable, more enduring, and deeper in the bones of this nation, and which are ready to be unlocked if we take firm and decisive action on policy, which we can and we will, and to give you total confidence that this is the moment to back Britain. Now, let me quickly run through 4 crucial areas in our pitch for Britain. And I know it's kind of CEO heresy to have a list of 4, not 3. So, I apologise. Please indulge me. First, stability. We have a golden opportunity to use our mandate, to end the culture of chop and change, the policy churn, the sticking plaster politics that makes it so hard for investors to assess the value of any proposition. Now, you may think, well, every government says that. But the stability that comes with a large majority in our system, that is a unique advantage. And we have the determination, the focus on clear long-term ends, a mission-led mindset that thinks in years, not the days or hours of the news grid, needed to unlock the potential. And don't doubt that. Second, strategy. We're building a more strategic architecture for growth, a way for investors to have a much steadier hand on the tiller. That's why we've announced a new National Wealth Fund and switched on great British energy, which will accelerate investment in clean power and future technologies, like carbon capture and storage, for example, which we backed alongside BP, Equinor and Eni, and which shows the hard-headed approach we will take to industrial policy. A partnership, sharing the risk with the private sector. Ambition, absolutely, but also unsentimental, guided by the market, focused at all times on the real potential for comparative advantage in this country. You know, this is the point I would always make about our modern industrial strategy. In this country, there's been a long, rather arcane political debate about picking winners. Well, we're not in the business of picking individual winners, but we are in the business of building on our strengths, mowing the grass on the pitch, making sure the changing rooms are clear and comfortable, the training ground is good, so that when our businesses compete, they're match fit. To put it simply, we give the businesses of this country the best conditions to succeed. And I don't know why that's sometimes controversial in this country. Industrial policy seems fairly commonplace elsewhere in the world, but it is fundamental to the way we see our job on growth and our relationship with a room like this. Third, Britain's global standing. We're determined to improve it, determined to repair Britain's brand as an open, outward-looking, confident, trading nation. But I see this as diplomatic necessity. And I think it's clear how much priority I've given it in the first 100 days of government, all around the world, whether it's countries or investors. People want to know that Britain can be a stable, trusted, rule-abiding partner, as we've always been, but that somehow, during the whole circus that followed Brexit, the last government made a few people less sure about, needlessly insulting our closest allies, and of course a few choice Anglo-Saxon phrases for business. Well, no more. We've turned the page on that decisively, and we will use that reset for growth. Finally, fourth, regulation. Now, I don't see regulation as good or bad. That seems simplistic to me. Some regulation is life-saving. We saw that in recent weeks here with the report on the tragedy of Grenfell Tower. But across our public sector, I would say the previous government hid behind regulators, deferred decisions to them because it was either too weak or indecisive, or simply not committed enough to growth. Now, planning is a very real example of that. Or, for friends from across the pond, permitting is a really clear example of that, the global language. But anyway, the key test for me on regulation is, of course, growth. Is this going to make our economy more dynamic? Is this going to inhibit or unlock investment? Is it something that enables the builders, not the blockers? Now, I know some people may be wondering about our labour market policies introduced last week. Let me be clear, they're pro-growth. Workers with more security at work, with higher wages, that is a better growth model for this country. It will lead to a more dynamism in our labour market. And seriously, we need to think differently about this. A nation's position in the world is changing all the time, as must its growth model. So while I know that this is a room full of businesses who take investing in their human capital seriously, when I look at the British economy as a whole, it does seem as though it's sometimes we're more comfortable hiring people to work in low-pay, insecure contracts than we are in investing in the new technology that delivers for workers, for productivity, and for our country. And we've got to break out of that trap. But we've also got to look at regulation across the piece. And where it is needlessly holding back the investment we need to take our country forward. Where it's stopping us building the homes, the data centres, the warehouses, grid connectors, roads, train lines, you name it, then mark my words, we will get rid of it. Take the East Anglia 2 wind farm. Now this is a £4 billion investment, 1 gigawatt of clean energy. An important project, absolutely. But also the sort of thing a country as committed to clean energy as we are needs to replicate again and again. Now, regulators demanded over 4,000 planning documents for that project. Not 4,000 pages, 4,000 documents. And then, 6 weeks after finally receiving planning consent, it was held up for a further 2 years by judicial review. I mean, as an investor, when you see that kind of inertia, you don't bother, do you? And that, in a nutshell, is the biggest supply-side problem we have in this country. So it's time to upgrade the regulatory regime, make it fit for the modern age, harness every opportunity available to Britain. We will rip up the bureaucracy that blocks investment. We will march through the institutions and make sure that every regulator in this country, especially our economic and competition regulators, take growth as seriously as this room does. And look, tell us about your frustrations on this. Speak to my team. Speak to me, to Rachel, to Johnny, to Ed, and our new Minister for Investment, Poppy. Any leader knows the importance of a good team, and we've got one here. We're united behind growth. Our door is open, and the work of change has already begun. We're reforming the planning system. The onshore wind ban has gone. New projects in solar, wind, tidal energy, carbon capture and storage, tax relief for the creative industries, investment from the world's leading companies, Blackstone, Amazon, a new partnership with CyrusOne to build data centres in Digby, finally grasping the nettle on airport expansion, a new £1 billion commitment from Manchester Airport Group to expand Stansted, opening up new routes for work and holiday destinations. The first of tens of billions worth of inward investment deals that we will sign today, because we're determined to lead the way on growth, determined to get Britain building, determined to get our economy moving through the shock and awe of investment. That's the message to take home today. When the big decisions are made, when you go back to your boardrooms and ask, where does our money go? Where do our jobs go? Where does our investment go for a better future? Let me offer you a new answer. It's time to back Britain. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Stability, industrial strategy, global standing as open and outward-looking, regulation, and a new Minister for Investment. Lots of things to be excited about. So we will be calling on you again, Prime Minister, in a moment, as the Prime Minister will be sitting down to share a conversation with Eric Schmidt, former CEO of Google, moderated by Dame Emma Walmsley, CEO at GSK, hence the furniture moving. I must first congratulate Eric Schmidt on this summer's honorary knighthood. Congratulations, Eric. As many of you will know, Eric Schmidt is an accomplished technologist, entrepreneur and philanthropist who is also known for his pivotal role in the growth of Google as its CEO from 2001 to 2011, overseeing its transformation from a small startup to a giant global tech company. What a journey. Most recently, in 2024, in partnership with his wife Wendy, Eric co-founded Schmidt Sciences, a non-profit working to advance science and technology in deepening human understanding of the natural world whilst developing solutions to global issues. And his latest of many books, Genesis, Artificial Intelligence, Hope and the Human Spirit, was co-written with academic Craig Mundy and the late Dr. Henry Kissinger. Our moderator, Dame Emma Walmsley, has headed up GSK, the world's largest vaccine company, since 2017. She has been quite busy over the last few years. GSK has 11,000 employees in the UK, and its global HQ sits right here in London. And so in the company of the Prime Minister, we now have the opportunity to hear from leaders from very different fields about a range of topics, from AI to healthcare to investment. Ladies and gentlemen, your panel.
Specifically, your long-term execution plans to make sure we deliver it together so that everyone here doesn't just back Britain, but bets big on Britain. And I want to start, Prime Minister, with the question of our competitiveness. You've been crystal clear, it's all about growth, and that is something that you want to lead in partnership with business. But every investor in this room has choices. It's about our relative competitiveness. So how, versus other G7 countries or the rest of Europe and the region, are we going to make sure that the costs of doing business in Britain are competitive, that the regulatory environment and the changes you're going to drive are going to be competitive, and perhaps, most importantly, if we can just all look beyond the immediate budget cycle focus and take a long-term view. During your watch, what do you most want to have achieved in reform for business to make Britain worth this bet?
Well, thank you for that. I think it's a really important opening place. There are a number of components that I think are important, and you can almost sort of work down through them. The first is to be clear with everybody in this room and beyond that this is a government that is mission-driven, that has a driving sense of purpose, and that the number one mission is economic growth. And everything else ladders up to that. So this real clarity, I think one of the biggest mistakes of governments, particularly recent governments here, has been too much focus on the short term, too much chop and change, too much what I call sticking plaster politics. So you've got a government with strategic long-term vision, which is around a very clearly defined mission. And that helps with certainty, strategic thinking, but it also helps with priority, because all governments have to prioritise, difficult decisions are made all of the time. And this gives us a yardstick, if you like, which is it pro-growth, in which case yes, or is it not pro-growth, in which case no. The second thing then, alongside the mission but crucial to it, is that we've got a good majority under our political system. And that's not about political bragging and the numbers. It's not particularly party political, but it is to say the decisions that we can make are therefore measured in years, not months. And for investors, that's really important. Now, that's the sort of high-level issue. So it's growth, it's mission-driven, it's got the stability that we need. But what I also want to make clear today is that we have listened good and hard to execution questions, the point you put to me. That's all very well, but how does that actually materially make a difference to me as an investor? Because as you rightly say, we've got choices to make. We could invest here, we could invest somewhere else. So how do you change the environment? Now, on the positive column, if you like, we've got brilliant assets, brilliant education, brilliant skills, some of the best universities in the world, and real leaders, artificial intelligence, life sciences, you name it. There's all of the assets I just listed in my speech, really strong attributes of the UK. But in the other column, we've got some inhibitors. And it's those that we need to absolutely champion the brilliance that we've got to offer. But we need to get rid of some of the inhibitors. And most of my determination to get rid of the inhibitors has been through conversations with people in this room around planning. It takes far too long to get decisions on planning, far too long, measured in years, not months. And so we've got to streamline that, and that's what we've already started on. On regulation, again, what I was trying to say in my speech, I'm not, as it were, saying all regulation is bad, but the sheer volume that we've got here and the inconsistency with different regulators or bodies pulling in slightly different directions means it's not just the volume of regulation, it's also the fact that there's not even a sort of clear landing path in for investment. That is what we need to strip away. There are other things as well, the grid, the infrastructure, etc. And we've set up some of the mechanisms now for doing that. Huge, we've got investment minister, we've got a real focus on innovation, the National Wealth Fund, Great British Energy. But it's doing them both together. But the one thing that having a good majority gives you is the opportunity for bold action very early on in a parliamentary term to do the things which have always been put in the too difficult box. I mean, everybody knows cloud planning is a problem. We've known this. Anybody who's ever been involved in investment infrastructure projects will know planning is a problem. But until now, you've had a mindset in politics which is that, well, let's put that in a difficult box because it raises too many issues. Everyone knows that regulation actually needs to be streamlined and made fit for purpose. But again, too dangerous to deal with. Let's put it in the too difficult box. I think now's the time to absolutely grasp these things, to create the environment for investors to invest. And the final thing I'd say is this. This has to be a partnership between a mission-driven government on the one hand and the private sector on the other. But what's important in a partnership is that both partners don't try and do the same thing. The government doesn't try to do what investors in the private sector does, because investors in the private sector do it better. But equally, that we are setting the mission, what we want to achieve, so investors need to know, I'm happy with the end destination, and then what the government's role is to make sure that the path is cleared for that to succeed, and therefore there's different bits of the partnership that if they're done well as a true partnership, I think create conditions. I think there's a real window of opportunity here in 2024 for this to happen, and we have to seize it.
So Eric, as an investor yourself, when you listen to that list from the Prime Minister, what do you think is most important to keep the UK competitive? What's missing? And what do you think is the risk to us for delivering this successfully for the country?
I was shocked when Labour became strongly in favour of growth.
Wealth creation is the number one mission of a Labour government.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
It's true.
And I actually know you well enough to know you actually believe this. So when I look at this, I say to myself, how will you pull it off? In the time I've spent with this group in the last few days, there's plenty of money that's going to come into the country if you achieve what you just said. So when I listen to this, I think maybe instead of calling it regulation and investment, you should call it a lot of investment and very small amount of regulation. Or maybe you need a minister of anti-regulation. A more serious proposal is that democracies, especially something as long as old as this one, have so many ways in which people can say no. I'd much rather, and I think the business community would much rather have a single person who can say yes or no, and who says no, and then they can move on. The cost of capital and the delay is killing you. And furthermore, you're not going to achieve your 2030 energy goal, which is laudable, without fixing this. So you have a tactical leadership problem to achieve this, and I think you can pull it off. But you have to figure out a way to get control. You have strong political capital right now. You've just started. You're forming your government. You've got to find a way to get them to move on this agenda as opposed to just go like this.
Yeah.
That means I'm listening, not that I'm doing it.
No, I think this is a really big challenge. It has to be a cross-government priority, not just within the Treasury team. It's got to be across government. And one of the things we've done is to create mission delivery boards, which doesn't sound like a very interesting concept, but is vital. If you're going to do this, you've got to do it horizontally across all different departments at the same time.
And get those silos
So
out.
we are setting up some of the structures that will do this. But in the end, it's a mindset. It's a mindset of, does this promote growth or does it not promote growth, being the most important question we ask ourselves.
So can I come to the question of where we sit in the global context? One of the things I often hear is that people like investing in Britain because it can be a source of innovation for the world. We have a great track record of doing that. Another one is because we can be a hub and a bridge internationally. So it's not just about the domestic market. But in a post-Brexit world, how does that actually work? And again, what is the competitive offer for that international connectivity?
I think this is a really important point because I think the international reset, or the reset on the international stage, has to come alongside what we're doing on investment. Whichever way people campaigned and voted on Brexit, one of the consequences, to my mind, was that the impression was given that the UK was more interested in sort of turning in on itself, becoming more isolated, and less interested, frankly, in the outside world than we once were. We've always been a champion of the outside world, always been looked to for influence, a sort of pragmatic problem-solving country that very often was able to take a lead because of those key qualities. And that, as I say, this actually isn't an argument about which way we voted or not, but the impression became that there was a lot of chaos after Brexit because actually nobody quite knew where we were going next. And it looked as though we were sort of looking at ourselves. By resetting internationally, which is what I've spent a lot of capital on in the first 101 or 2 days, we can be clear again that we want to play the role we used to play on the international stage, confident, outward-looking, values-driven, abiding by agreements that we make that matters, and we've got real attributes to go with it. Bridging to partners, whether in Europe or elsewhere across the world, which we can do, and that's why I've spent quite a lot of time trying to rebuild those particular relationships. But also clear that I won't go through everything in the speech that I had in terms of our language, our timelines, and the rule of law, which is hugely important to every investor. If people are going to invest in the UK, when they can invest in other countries, they need to know, as they do know with our legal system, that they can be confident that should there become a point of dispute, it will be resolved properly, quickly, and with the highest sort of calibre of judges or adjudicators, and all of that matters on the international scene.
So, Eric, as an investor, and I know a commentator on geopolitics writ large, is there anything else about the UK's relationship with the US in a post-election environment, or indeed with China, that you think impacts people's thoughts about how to invest here? And again, when you look on the global stage, are there any particular fields or industries where you think the UK is particularly well suited to lead?
On the second part of your question, the Prime Minister outlined exactly where the leadership is, and it's profound. We can talk about that when we talk about AI. There are many, many reasons to think that you have all of the elements to achieve your vision in the country. On this question of West versus China, the fact of the matter is you're going to become closer to the US, and the US is going to become closer than you. We already have this incredible national security collaboration, which is crucial to national security for the world, and certainly for the United States. But the other thing that's happening is that you have much more integration between the universities, research labs, and so forth.
Yeah.
And people are going back and forth. So one way to think about it is your future is your former colony, the U.S., and maybe Canada and a few others, right, certainly India, rather than China. And I think when people get confused, right, they don't understand how the geopolitics are really going to work. The kind of sort of openness and democratic processes that we'd hope for in China are not going to occur. It's a different system, different strengths, different weaknesses. It's not an enemy, it's a competitor, and it's a tough competitor. Together, the US and the UK should be able to out-innovate and outrun this incredible innovation engine in China if we do it well, and if we do everything that you just talked about.
And I think on innovation, on technology, on things like, well, artificial intelligence, we've got a real chance on this if we take the chance now.
So let's talk about AI. Eric, you've commented often and a deep expert in its security threats, but also its innovation opportunities. And I know you're writing now on a very hopeful vision for AI as a partner for human ambition. We absolutely know we need guardrails and we need the right kind of international frameworks and regulation here. We know that all businesses are working hard to work out how to drive adoption, not just for productivity, but also for growth. And it would be great to hear from both of you, perhaps Eric, you first, and then the Prime Minister, on your hopeful vision for AI as a growth enabler, driving economic prosperity, and particularly why this country is the place to bet on this capability. Where is it going to be game-changing growth? Where is it going?
If you go to the Science Museum down the road, you'll understand that the industrial age was invented right here. And there's every reason to think that artificial intelligence will have the same level of impact. And by the way, it was invented right here too, in particular in King's Cross, which I think is your district.
My constituency, yeah.
So, good job.
And Demis getting the prize, Nobel Prize. Absolutely amazing.
After 4 years after inventing something which has changed.
But the fact of getting it in such a short period of time is, I mean, as I said to him yesterday, I feel proud, he should.
Nobel Prizes and Oscars is another place this country bets above its weight.
The creative industries are very strong. So one way to think about it is that you're actually beginning something which will go on for 50 or 100 years that will change society in really profound ways. And my answer, which is the hopeful answer, is that we will work with this alien intelligence, not to scare you, and that intelligence makes us smarter and more effective as humans, and that the world becomes more efficient. I can't prove it, but my opinion is each and every one of us will become at least twice as productive. Frankly, you can give twice as many speeches, you can have twice as many laws.
Not sure the audience
you can invent incredible life-saving drugs at twice the speed. I can make stuff up at twice the speed, whatever. But the key thing here is that people who worry about our AI don't understand that it's fundamentally in search of efficiency gains. It's optimized around efficiency, at least in its current form. What's interesting about Britain is, in addition to being the progenitor of all of the diaspora, of all the people who are now being funded with enormous amounts of money without any product, revenue, or hope, is a different point. Nevertheless, all of that has occurred at a starting point from here. And the consequence of all of that is an enormous wave of investment that will benefit each and every industry by making it more efficient, more successful. What happens to humans? Their incomes go up, not down, in this scenario. That's the important point. The UK, a year ago, established the core structure of AI safety and security. And this is an example where the UK system, the British system, has frankly stronger civil servants who are smarter and are more committed to this and who are frankly stable. And as a result, you can sort of work with them. So I think there's every reason that the UK can not only help innovate and build this, but can also help deal with the guardrail issues.
Yeah.
And there's a reason why we started in the UK first.
Prime Minister, anything you want to add on ambitions for AI here?
Well, and what Eric said is hugely motivating and inspiring in a sense of what this is capable of achieving and changing. I'm almost in our lifetime, but actually over the next 5 to 10 years, it's going to be incredible change. I think one of the most important things for a government is the posture. Are we leaning in and seeing this as an opportunity, as I do, or are we sort of leaning out, saying this is rather scary, we better regulate it, which I think will be the wrong approach. Obviously, there's always a question of balance, but what's your primary posture really matters on AI. It is a game changer that has massive potential on productivity and on driving our economy, and we need to run towards it.
One of the fields, and I'm obviously biased, but seeing Wes in the second row, is that it's going to change everything, is healthcare, which is a great driver of economic prosperity. We know you want to bet really big on life sciences. This country has world-beating data sets with the biobank, with our future health, and we know we're going to unlock safely and in a trustworthy way the data from the NHS as well. But how are you going to set up the right environment to give all the innovators and the growth drivers the chance to harness this data? And now it'd be good to then hear from you on, in public services more broadly, how we build that trust factor.
I think let's start with health because it's so important. We are rightly proud of the fact that we have a National Health Service set up by the post-war Labour government, and every year we sort of add a year to our pride in what we set up 70 plus years ago. But the simple truth is now that if all we do is put more money into the health system, the health service as it is, we won't properly improve it. Because the demands are too great, we will be forever putting in extra money, we'll probably run it a bit better, but we won't make it really fit for the future. So the only way to make it fit for the future is to reform it and to reimagine it. And that's where AI and tech are so important to this project, because through AI and tech we can reimagine the health service. It is I mean, I've seen small examples of AI in our health service where it's being used. You know, scanning for cancer, particularly liver, was an example that I saw for myself, with, you know, massively increased chances of getting cancer earlier. But there's much, much more that can be done in relation to that. So this is something that we need to use in health, and we need to think differently in health. I'm not talking about changing the basic principles at free at the point of need and all the rest of it. I'm talking about a different health service that in 70 plus years people can look back at the 2024 Labour government with as much pride as we do at the government in the post-war era. But not just health, I think all public services need reform, and technology, AI are part of that reform. Huge potential, I think, for AI to be a game changer when it comes to the delivery of public services. I'll just say one more thing because I think it's important. Having worked as a civil servant for 5 years in criminal justice, there's always an inhibition in government when it comes to technology and change, a sort of real fear of change. And we need to make sure that culture and mindset is changed as well, because otherwise we will know it's a good thing, that will probably make a big difference, but we'll be a bit too inhibited from reaching for it in case you know, somebody is held responsible for something that doesn't go as well as everybody expects. We have to change that culture, because otherwise we risk that technology, AI, is sort of developing all around us, and yet we haven't made it central to government. There's a real opportunity here, a real, productivity goes up and goes twice. Then imagine what that would do for our public services. Imagine what that will do for our economy. Obviously, we have to bring people with us. It means that people will be doing different and better jobs, not no jobs, but it will really change your ability to take this country forward at some considerable speed.
The UK Biobank is an incredible gift to the world, because remember that these AI algorithms need training data, and you need to amass a lot of it, right? And so the decisions that you all made to do that and to continue it are crucial. You mentioned cancer. Computer vision, I'm sorry to say, is better than human vision now. And it's much more accurate, for example, in the scoring of the various size and types of cancers through imaging. That's another improvement. The average, in this case, patient doesn't know, but it makes the doctor more productive, more accurate, fewer errors, and so forth. Done right, these technologies can make government services more targeted, fewer errors, and more efficient. If you add that at the scale that your country is at, the savings are massive.
I mean, so we believe it's going to completely transform drug discovery, and you know, in the end, finding more solutions that keep people out of hospital and get back to community care is also going to be absolutely fundamental. Last question from me: energy. So, you know, this is another major mission for you, Prime Minister: net zero, clean energy, and there are tensions here as well. And Eric, you might explain to us all how the energy, the AI solution that seems to consume so much energy is, you know, when we're going to have resolved that contradiction. So it'd be good to hear that. But then, Prime Minister, perhaps we can hear your concluding thoughts. We saw this huge statement of intent of over 20 billion, I think, invested in carbon capture. How far and how fast are you willing to go so that the UK really leads the world in the green transition? And importantly, for everyone in the room, how do you want investors to think about their obligations here and their opportunities? But how can we do it in an energy efficient way?
Just briefly, the demand for energy for data centers is massive. We need you to approve the necessary steps to make these data centers in Britain, because your research scientists, your companies, your citizens all need these things. Now, how can I be in favor of green energy and also in favor of using more electric power? Because the more electric power allows us to build new materials, new science, eventually get fusion, which is the ultimate solution to these problems, and so forth. Just an improvement in energy efficiency through new materials in cars and distribution networks and so forth has a huge impact. DeepMind here did a test on data centers where, with a small algorithmic change using their algorithm, which is called reinforcement learning, they improved performance by 15%. If you had a 15% improvement in energy efficiency in the distribution in Britain, think of the amount of additional capital that would free up for further investment. So it's paradoxical. Invest in AI, and as a result, the solutions to the energy transition become apparent much quicker.
This is so important because we are absolutely committed to clean power by 2030, which is really tough. It's the most exacting anywhere in the world in terms of getting to clean power. It's tough, but it's doable. And what it brings with it is security, because I spoke about the ever-increasingly volatile world, which has caused great fluctuation in energy prices, which has borne down on families and businesses alike in recent years. It gives us energy, security, independence, lower energy bills, and obviously locks up lots of jobs of the future with it. So we're determined to do it for all those reasons. I mean, on the face of it, there is an apparent tension between AI and technology, which is massively going to increase the demand for energy, and this, you know, absolutely running towards clean power 2030. I actually think that if you step back, the two go together. In other words, what you need for your development, your AI, is more energy, but clean, reliable, cheaper energy, homegrown, is the answer to that conundrum. And actually, if we get this right, it becomes an incredibly important selling point of the UK in terms of why would you want to put your databases here? Why would you want to develop AI here? Answer: because alongside our commitment to growth and technology is our commitment to a cheaper, more effective, more independent, more security energy source, which we can ramp up at scale. So on the face of it, there's a tension, but I actually think if we're smart about this, we can turn that apparent tension into a massive advantage. But it just goes back to where I started. We have got to be mission-driven. We've got to have absolute clarity of purpose, because, you know, there are always side winds in government. This happens all the time. There's this argument, that argument, and, you know, staying steady to the course of purpose and mission is crucial in this.
Well, that was our last question. I think I'm going to be allowed just one from Margarita from Vodafone to finish us up. It is all about growth, and we think the answer to every question is AI, but it's actually about people. Margarita.
Thank you, Emma. And actually, I wanted to build on the conversation on AI, because I'm sure you are acutely aware that most companies around us are wrestling with how do they accelerate AI adoption against a range of challenges: energy and digital infrastructure being there, but also access to talent. So specifically on talent, two-part question. To Eric, when you are not a company that develops AI, how can you actually be attractive for AI talent? And to the Prime Minister, we have just mentioned how the UK starts off in this race in a very good position with strong AI centers of excellence. But it's tough competition, so when you look beyond today, how do you plan to make various strengths that the UK can put together to sustain leadership on AI talent? Thank you.
Well, let me take the second question first, because I think, look, we do start in a very good position at the moment. You know, in the top 3 in the world when it comes to AI, with, you know, that prize, Nobel Prize, to Demis is really significant in terms, I mean, you know, not the whole sector here has put us in a fantastic place. Our universities, academic institutions are, you know, world-leading, a much overused phrase in politics, but true when it comes to our universities. We need to make sure we've got the right talent here available, and, you know, that is also there for business and investors. But we also need a real clear statement of intent. This matters, and for that reason, we're going to go with this rather than allow anyone to sort of relinquish the advantage that we have in the starting position that we're in. So all of those are important, and that matters to us as a government, but I think it matters equally to every business, every investor in the room, because this is going to be a real game changer over the next 5 to 10 years. And we have to be at the front of this race. If we become spectators, others will run past us, and we cannot allow that to happen.
A pro-growth agenda would start with high-skills immigration, which is now in place here and should be expanded. The current problem is very, very real, what you're talking about. It's also temporary, because the market signal in terms of education and so forth, all sorts of incredibly smart people are now getting graduate degrees in AI, and the key thing to do is to get them to either stay in Britain or come from Europe into Britain to do so. And I think that will solve it. In the very short term, the answer is probably working with some of the incumbents, but the real answer is just more talent. When this stuff is hard, it's complicated, it's being built now, it's bespoke. Sometimes it doesn't make sense to me, and I have a PhD in the area. So give it a little bit of time. With the right leadership on your part, Britain can have all those people. They love working, they love living here.
So AI and human beings together can be great growth drivers. Business and government together hopefully are going to be very ambitious and successful growth drivers. It's a wonderful day for us all to be thinking about betting big on Britain. Eric, Prime Minister, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Hello, hello. Yes, I can see everybody moving about. We are now going to have a brief refreshment break, and we will come back promptly, please, at 11:20 for a fantastic panel convened by our Secretary for State for Culture, Media and the Sports. Please come back at 11:20. We'll see you then. Thank you. Hello, hello, hello. Glad to see so many of you back promptly. Thank you. We're going to have a panel now on the UK creative industries. Can I just tee you up with this stat? The UK creative industries are worth £125 billion to the UK economy. That's more than life sciences, automotive manufacturing, aerospace and the oil and gas sectors combined. Isn't that an interesting stat for us all to think about? So now we're going to have a panel that I am delighted to introduce as a lifelong creative artist, music lover and fan of Leeds United Football Club. I am delighted to introduce the brightest and best from the world of sport, music and the arts on a panel chaired by the Right Honourable Lisa Nandy MP, Secretary of State for Culture, Media and Sport. Lisa studied politics at Newcastle University, gaining her Masters in Public Policy from Birkbeck, London. Before entering Parliament, Lisa worked to support vulnerable children, first as a researcher at a homelessness charity, Centrepoint, and then as Senior Policy Advisor at the Children's Society. In 2010, Lisa was elected MP for Wigan and has represented the constituency for the past 14 years. She's also the author of All In: How We Build a Country That Works, arguing that power and responsibility should be handed back to local areas while doing more to draw on the talent and potential of every part of Britain. Lisa is our chair. On our panel, Sir Lucian Grange, CBE, Chairman and CEO of Universal Music Group. Sir Lucian has spent his entire career in the music industry, signing and working with countless worldwide stars, with ABBA, Jay-Z, Elton John, Katy Perry, Queen, Rihanna, the Rolling Stones, Sam Smith, U2 and Amy Winehouse, just some among their number. Over some 30 years, he has consistently championed the development of innovative business models and partnerships with a wide range of technology and media partners around the world. And under his leadership, UMG has transformed into the most successful company in the history of the music industry, with his stewardship widely recognised for the industry's return to growth. Dr. Anna Mallett is Vice President for Production at Netflix. Anna joined Netflix in 2021, where she and her team support all elements of production. Prior to joining Netflix, Anna has been CEO of ITN, one of our largest independent television companies, producing the award-winning live network news programming for ITV, Channel 4 and Channel 5, and before that was CEO and Managing Director of Production at BBC Studios, the commercial wing of the BBC. Before that, Anna worked at the Boston Consulting Group in London, focusing on media and retail, and she holds an MBA from Harvard and a DPhil from Oxford. Gareth Southgate, OBE, is a football manager and former professional footballer, if you didn't know. Gareth began his playing career at Crystal Palace, later moving on to Aston Villa, Middlesbrough and England. After retiring from playing in 2006, he became coach at Middlesbrough from 2009 to 2012, before being appointed as England's under-21 manager. He took over the senior team's interim manager position in 2016 and was confirmed as the permanent manager subsequently. Gareth has transformed the England team, leading England to the 2018 FIFA World Cup semi-finals, the 2022 FIFA World Cup quarter-finals, the UEFA Euro 2020 final and the UEFA Euro 2024 final. Maria Balshaw is Chief Executive and Director of the Tate Art Museums and Galleries, a role she's held since 2017. She has overall responsibility for Tate's strategic direction and day-to-day operations, and has worked to reframe the context and perspective of Tate, furthering the mission of inclusivity and equality to connect with a wider audience. As director, Maria is also the accounting officer appointed by the DCMS. Previously, Maria was director of the Whitworth Gallery, University of Manchester, director of Manchester City Galleries, and director of culture for Manchester City Council. And finally, unfortunately, there is me. I'm on the panel. This is weird. I'm now introducing myself. actor, writer, director, producer. I was hired for my first professional job on stage in 1984. On screen, I guess I'm probably best known for playing Lady Danbury in the Netflix show Bridgerton. I'm a co-director of a production company, Swinging the Lens. I'm an associate artist at Royal Shakespeare Company, an honorary fellow of the Shakespeare Association of America, an honorary fellow of the Royal Society of Literature, a 2023 Booker Prize judge, a jurist at this year's Biennale Film Festival, and emeritus fellow at St Catherine's College, Oxford. I'm patron for TRIAID, for the Heritage and Cultural Society of Africa, and an ambassador for the International Rescue Committee, and we are your panel.
Amazing. You now know absolutely everything about all of us apart from our shoe size. Can you tell I'm excited? My name is Lisa Nandy. I'm I was going to say the shadow Secretary of State, but thankfully we've now lost the shadows and we're able to really get to grips with the problems facing this country. I'm the Secretary of State for Culture, Media and Sport, and I'm absolutely delighted to be joined by this incredible panel. You'll know who they are, you'll know some of the contribution that they've made, but between them they have brought joy to millions and millions of people, not just in the UK but all across the world. They've told a story about the country that we can be, but most importantly for the purposes of today, they've also brought investment flowing into the United Kingdom, created jobs, growth, opportunities for young people in every corner of our country, and I couldn't be more excited that we have elevated the creative industries to be right at the heart of our industrial strategy and Britain's future. You'll know that the creative industries are amongst the fastest growing industries in the UK, with significant opportunities for expansion. There is huge ambition in our country, and I see some of the mayors are sitting in the front row here today. Huge ambition in every part of our country and our nations and regions to capitalise on that. And our government intends to put rocket boosters behind this growing industry in order to future-proof it and put it at the centre of our future national story. From the Edinburgh Film Festival, which I was at earlier in the summer, to the work that is happening with the Birmingham Film Academy and Game of Thrones over in the Welsh Valleys. There is no part of our country that's been untouched by the amazing success stories of sports, film, video games, arts, music, the creative industries in its widest sense. But we know that we can do more to match the ambition that this incredible set of sectors has. We haven't wasted a minute. Bridget Phillipson and I have already launched a review of the curriculum to put the creative subjects right back at the heart of our curriculum where they belong. For too long, culture has been erased from our classrooms and our communities, and we're determined that that's going to change so that we can create that pipeline of skilled labour to power our creative industries through the future. We're working on reforms to the apprenticeship levy to make it work far better for the creative industries. We've introduced an independent film tax credit in recent days to help to make Britain the best place to invest in film, and particularly in independent film that's given us films like Bend It Like Beckham, Trainspotting, and brought joy to millions and millions of people. There's so much more that we can do, and we're going to hear quite a lot from our panel about that today, but we are going to put rocket boosters under our industries and I am so excited about the possibilities that there are. So what I wanted to do was to start by asking our panel, what do you think those opportunities are and how do we best go about seizing them? Who wants to go first?
I'll go first.
Please. Thank you.
Well, first of all, I'd say the creative industries are a real powerhouse for the UK. We definitely punch above our weight. And that's why Netflix is so proud to have our second largest production base after the US right here in the UK, and why we've invested over $6 billion since 2020, $6 billion into the creativity here. And a really great example is if we look at the top 10 titles that Netflix has globally in 2024, 4 of them have been made in the UK. So, Fool Me Once, The Gentleman, Baby Reindeer, and of course, Bridgerton.
Yay!
And I think that's a real testament to the UK. And of course, the screen sector is growing at twice as fast as the rest of the UK economy. So there's lots of momentum, there's lots to build on, and I think we need to kind of double down on that. And 2 or 3 growth areas that come to mind for me, and I know this is close to your heart, Lisa, is first of all the regions. Creativity comes from right across the UK. And, you know, we want to find that next generation of brilliant storytellers. All the other areas that are important to our industry, the electricians, the craftspeople, the finances, the legal, there's all sorts of roles. And if we can create those clusters right around the UK, I think that will be fantastic for growth. We've heard a bit about AI and the potential of AI. I'm sure we'll come back to that. But I do think we can see it as a way to enhance storytelling and to leverage storytelling. So I think there is an opportunity to have some optimism there. And finally, I think government has a role to play. We do have a very attractive setup here for business, for investment, in terms of incentives, in terms of regulation. But other countries have seen the success of the UK and they would like to emulate it. So we have to be on the front foot with that as well.
Can I also just, on a personal note, thank you very much for Emily in Paris, which has brought me great personal joy as well. But, you know, the pipeline of investment that companies like Netflix are pumping into the UK is absolutely central to our ambitions, and the wider ecosystem of which the BBC and others are part, training up talent, and the work that's happening led by the fantastic Tracy Brabin, who's sitting in the front row there, through One Creative North, to really utilise the huge assets we have in our country, the talent, as you said, but also the great, amazing backdrops along the northeast coastline and the, you know, the mills of Yorkshire and the valleys in Wales. These are all things that have been overlooked for too long, but now with the help of companies like Netflix, we're bringing to the world. Adra, I wanted to ask you a bit about how we really capitalise on this. How do we encourage people, young people, to dream big? How do we make sure that people feel this is an industry for them? And how do we build on the connections and the clusters that Anna was talking about to really make sure that we put rocket boosters under this industry?
I'm very excited to hear, I'm very excited, Lisa, just to have you as our Secretary of State, because you care and are interested and are well versed in this sector.
This is a great day for me, by the way.
I'm particularly excited to hear that you are looking at the curriculum, because one of the things that has excised me the most in the last little while is the fact that we have not valued the creative arts as an integral and important section in the way we educate our nation. You know, you think about the pandemic. Where did we go in the pandemic for succour? Yeah. We went to music, we went to the story, we went to looking at a beautiful painting or whatever it might be, but we go to the arts to heal our soul. Yeah. And on healing our soul, if you don't get that habit in your life as a way that can be regarded as something valuable, it's always just a little add-on on the top, where I think it's absolutely fundamental to who we are as human beings. To put it back into the curriculum not only says to our young people, you don't have to be book smart in a particular academic way. Your gifts may be, you know, in the physical realm. Maybe it's sports, maybe it's dance, maybe you are innately a wonderful musician. You know, maybe you have storytelling coming out of every pore in your body, but there's not an exam for that. So investing in the curriculum is huge. But along with that, we need to make sure that children of all backgrounds have access to sports equipment, musical instruments. They can go to the theatre without it costing their families, you know, the week's food shop, or in some case, the week's salary. At the moment, we are saying that the arts is for the elite, and if you can afford to be engaged with that, then tough. You know, the spaces for sports have reduced and reduced and reduced. If you can't afford access to a leisure club or a sports facility, you should still have access to those. I'm sure Gareth's going to say a lot more about that. But anyway, so I think we have to put those creative industries right at the heart of everything we do, because as we know, the bang for your buck is extraordinary. Maria was talking about, Anna was talking about baby reindeer. I was doing a show in the main house at the Bush in 2015, and in the tiny little studio next door was one person doing this little show that they'd cooked up called Baby Reindeer. So that has gone from one person having an idea in a tiny room to being this smash hit for Netflix. The capital that that show has made from one person's vision is it's extraordinary, and we should be harnessing that. We are known in this country for our creative industries. We're known for the Beatles. You know, we're known for iconic creative artists, and we need to keep that going, and we need to understand that that comes from all areas of our country. That also means the Mercury Prize winners last year, the Ezra Collective, what's the first thing they did when they got up on stage? They thanked the people that ran their youth clubs. Yeah. We don't have youth clubs anymore. We've got rid of all these spaces where people can come and discover who they are in a supportive and nurturing fashion. And this support and nurture goes to the heart of social capital in this country. A country that cares about its arts and is embracing and welcoming of people in is a country that is nourished. People learn about discipline, they learn about application, they learn about resilience, they learn about empathy, they learn about working cooperatively. Maybe that's not going to be their future, but they will take all those skills into whatever it is they do. And when we come together in that way, we come together as a nation. And we need to be coming together now. There's been too much division. We need to be together. And I think the arts can be profoundly effective in that area.
I'm sorry, I apologise, Elizabeth. I'm going to chair this terribly because I just want to hear what you've all got to say, so keep talking. But I absolutely agree with you. We believe that it's the right of every child growing up in this country to live a richer, larger life. It doesn't just belong to some of us, it belongs to us all. And I look at, you know, some of the incredible talent that we've got in this country. I think about one of my former colleagues, Glenda Jackson, much loved in the House of Commons. I wonder how somebody like Glenda Jackson would break through today. And we are absolutely determined to rebuild that architecture. Love the shout out for youth clubs. We're looking for investment in youth if anyone's interested. We've got some fantastic youth clubs actually that have sprung up over the last decade. On-side youth clubs, which are a really great model of how you can get the business community to co-invest with local councils and the wider community as well to invest in our young people. But we've absolutely got to do more. You couldn't be more right. And I think this is quite a nice segue to Gareth, because I'm going to try to leave aside the football analogies. I think we've had quite enough of those from the Prime Minister. I'm sorry, we can't stop him. It does occur to me when he was talking about getting the changing room ready and, you know, sorting out the pitch and being able to go and excel, that there is quite a lot that we could learn from football in two ways. One is, you know, you look at the incredible success of something like the Premier League. What can we learn from that for our creative industries and our economy as a whole? And secondly, just on a very personal note, exactly what you just said, Joe, about the division that we've had over recent years. We believe that the creative industries is so important in helping us to become a far more self-confident nation, far more at ease with ourselves, where people in every part of the country know their contribution is seen and valued and see themselves reflected in our national story. For too long, too many people just simply haven't seen themselves in the story we tell ourselves about ourselves as a nation. And we're absolutely determined that that's going to change. This, for us, is an inclusive story about growth and jobs in every part of the country and unlocking the talents of people, regardless of the background they come from or where they happen to live. Now, I think, you and Danny Boyle are the two people, I think, who've most given voice to that country in the last decade. Danny Boyle through the 2012 London Olympics opening ceremony, and you in that beautiful heartfelt letter, Dear England, that caught the imagination of people all over the country. So how do we go about realising that country that we've believed in all of our lives but never quite yet seen? Big question, sorry.
Yeah. Well, look, I think the beauty of sport, as with all the other arts, is that it is a meritocracy. You know, it doesn't matter where you're born. You get there through talent, you get there through application, dedication. What I've seen is that the journey we went on with our team, and our team has started to be more representative of our nation, a modern nation. Not quite, we've not quite got players from every community yet, so we're still missing talent. And that's something that football still has to tap into. But people started to recognise that we were standing for everybody. And the English national team didn't always imbue that with its travelling fan base, with the messaging perhaps. And the number of people from different communities that have come up to me through that time and feel they do support the team, feel they are represented on the pitch and in the way that we're representing the country. I think people, when they watch the national team, they want to see themselves. It's a mirror on our nation at times, and sometimes our media have to remember that, because when they're asking questions and being dismissive of other countries, I was always conscious that I'm an ambassador for England, travelling around the world, representing our country, trying to do that in the right way, but also trying to make a difference in being able, in my role, to have a voice that could make a difference here. So I think there are so many areas we can go into. I can't speak better than the show has. To talk about, let's leave the emotion of Wigan winning the Super League, for example, and what sport that can, can do emotionally. But the business side, actually, listening to the Prime Minister this morning, the Premier League is an absolute shining example of exactly what he's talking about. I was playing when the Premier League was formed, and we thought English football was good. You know, we thought it was a good product. Nobody really wanted change. And the visionary people that started the Premier League recognised an opportunity. In actual fact, facilities weren't great, stadiums weren't great. Standard of football wasn't as good as other areas in Europe. What they were brilliant at doing was recognising a chance to rebrand. They marketed it brilliantly around the world. They sold the television rights globally, which meant that the weekend became an opportunity where if you were in Mumbai, Shanghai, New York, you can watch the Premier League at a time that it works. So they were creative in changing the kick-off times. Not everybody loved that here, but in terms of what it meant for the global TV rights, that was huge. What did that lead to? The ability to bring in the best talent. And so it became a self-fulfilling prophecy. The best players wanted to come here, which meant the product improved, which meant outside investment from abroad, which the Premier League has, you know, right across the board, and has made the product stronger and stronger. And equally, now we've faced those challenges of how do you keep tradition but encourage modernisation, and how do you make sure that there's enough regulation without the sort of unintended consequences currently in the Premier League of restricting investment, because the beauty of the growth of it has been to allow investment and allow the product to grow. So there are lots of really good lessons to learn, I think, from that journey.
It makes me, it hurts my soul, but I think we're going to hear more footballing analogies from the Prime Minister off the back of that. But it is genuinely really interesting to hear you talk in that way, because so much of what you just said echoed the conversation that the Prime Minister and Eric Schmidt were just having on this stage just a few moments ago. And it's genuinely very exciting that we can learn from some of the great British success stories in order to create more. Anna, I wanted to ask you about streaming, because streaming has been a game changer. How optimistic do you think we should be about the future?
I'm always optimistic. It's good to be optimistic. Look, I think the creative industries have always gone hand in hand with new technology, so the radio, the TV, the internet, and as you say, Netflix through streaming transformed how audiences can enjoy content. So at any time, any place, anywhere, and that stimulated a huge amount of growth. So I am optimistic because I think our sector is really good at working with technology. And I know Eric Schmidt and the Prime Minister were talking about AI, and I think that AI is going to be important to our industries. I think it's going to be a partnership with creativity. It definitely will not take away from the need for human intervention, absolutely not. But some of that technology will be able to do those routine tasks quicker, and it's something that we can leverage. So I think, if we look to the future, we can feel optimistic that, we'll be able to use that new technology in the right way. And I think if we all play our part, we can see the future is something to be very optimistic about.
That's it. That's exactly what we wanted to hear. Pitch perfect. Talking of pitch perfect, Lucian, can I ask you about the music industry? Obviously, technology has opens up huge opportunities for the music industry. But I'm also really interested in the power of music to connect people here in the UK and all over the globe. This time last year I was at the UN General Assembly in New York, where we were grappling with the major challenges of conflict, of climate change, of a fracturing political world order. And just down the road at the Grammys party, there was a completely different story being told about the power of music to connect people, even at times when it feels that there is so much division. And Britain was right at the centre of all of that. I wonder if you could talk a bit about what you think the possibilities are for the music industry.
Yeah, I think if you look at history, the Beatles, the Rolling Stones, Elton John, David Bowie, Amy Winehouse, Sex Pistols, Clash, they have defined history. And we talk about content, IP, innovation as this sort of soft power. It is a form of soft power because of our language, because of our culture, our values, and the category has become, over this period, over the last 60 years, a brand of Britishness as an export model within itself. So in the same way that you look at hip-hop or jazz or classical music as a category, British culture, lyrics, has been exported for the last 60 years. And if you ask yourself, what decade is defined by what you listened to and what you enjoyed, you can pretty much identify from the 60s through to the Human League in the 80s, and right up to, obviously, to present day. We've heard from, you said earlier that we outweigh where we are on the global stage. I'm from North London, but I have lived in California for 15 years now. I oversee 60 countries for investment. And for the first time in my career, we see awards going to Korea. We see some of the top acts coming from Puerto Rico. These are things, well, you'll be seeing this in Netflix as well. These are completely, total, unimaginable events. And the technology which everybody's leaned into has really equalized investment opportunity, and it's created an avalanche of competition where a country, a nation will follow the investment where there is a framework for legal protection on AI, on responsible AI, on copyright. So I've woken up in a new future 20, 25 years later, where China, which was a market where we never invested in because it was an entirely counterfeit market, is now the 7th biggest market in the world. There's an enormous amount of conversation and identification going on in my company, and therefore I assume the rest of the industry, on India. So it's not just the demographics, It's how these countries transform themselves in terms of the economics around investment. So we have an opportunity, and there's also a risk, that with AI, which you said quite rightly, we'll lean into. I'm incredibly optimistic about AI on the functional level, that it can work with composers and writers and creators to stress test their authenticity and their talent. But there's also, AI gives us a new category of licensing, of ways in which the music can be shared and conjoined, that we've never had, in the same way that you mentioned radio and sheet music and polyphonic synthesizers were going to kill orchestras and it was going to ruin classical musicianship. It did the opposite. It made it boom. So we're at a crossroads. The advantage for the UK, about the UK as an investor, is that it has, as the Prime Minister keeps repeating, the rule of law, a non-politicised justice system, and it respects and rewards for investment and innovation and creativity around copyright and IP, whether or not it's in pharma or music or film or TV or publishing or anything that anyone comes up with. So we are going to increase substantially our investment in the UK. I've been spending a lot more time here in the last 6 months. The route to speeding this up will be with entrepreneurs. So my commitment, our investment is in new ideas, entrepreneurs. We've been doing it for decades, but what I see in terms of some of the other markets, Korea, Latin America, Nashville even, both on audio visual as well as music, is the path to acceleration is with people with ideas and in the independent sector. So that's where we're going to be putting our money. We've talked about not just it being totally focused in London. We're going to lean in with investment, and this soft power that you can look at the artists that I've mentioned over a 40, 50, 60 year life cycle, but it's the hard economics of the one that we find this afternoon or tomorrow that actually drives everything, from this soft power through to taxation.
Now, talking of later on today, I wondered if there might be something that you might want to share with us.
That's where I've got my plenty out. Yes, I am able to share. It's been a secret so far, but it gives us great pleasure that for tonight's event, which I think starts at about 6:15 or something, Sir Elton John is going to perform. And he's someone who really epitomizes everything that I've spoken about. He is iconic. His music, his philanthropy defines Britishness. It defines, he's an ambassador. And so he wanted to be here, so he's going to be performing.
I wish you could see the politicians' faces in the front row here. We spend a lot of time in meetings and receptions. We don't get Elton John very often. This is a very exciting day for us. And I love the way that you talked about ambassadors. You use the same phrase as well, Gareth, but I think that just goes to show what these industries do for our country and do for the world if we get it right. And Maria, last but not least, because our heritage and cultural sector is an incredible crown jewel in Britain, perhaps hasn't had the attention that it's deserved. But when I look at organisations like the Tate, what they do, in Liverpool, in London, all over the country, it's the most incredible thing. But like so many other parts of the creative industries, there's intense competition for investment. What would your message be to people who are thinking about investing here rather than, say, France or the US? What's our USP?
Absolutely. Well, I mean, the visual arts in this country is genuinely world-leading. Dame Tracy Emin is a name as well known, I would say, as Sir Elton John. And she welcomed 100 visitors to her studio here in London last week during the Frieze Art Fair, who came high net worth individuals from all over the world. She talked about a painting that she'd finished the night before. She is a product of our art schools, which are absolutely the best in the world. She's a working class girl who would not have ended up where she was were it not for our art schools. And she invests back in her hometown of Margate. She's created an art school for young people who would otherwise not be able to pay university fees. So she's ensuring that our visual arts and our museums will remain competitive. The mayors sitting along the front row, every single one of those have world-class collections in their cities, whether you talk about Leeds or Liverpool or Manchester, or the contemporary arts that are shown in Margate or Eastbourne or Penzance. It's spread right across our country. And although you'd expect me to talk about artists like Tracy Emin, who is absolutely inspirational, it's also about money. So the Frieze Art Fair last week generated £1.6 billion for the UK economy. The UK's visual art market is 17% of the world market. Wow. More than the rest of Europe altogether. It's third only behind the US and China. And that soft power that you talk about, Lucian, is felt across the continents of this globe. This week, Tate has 2 shows in Shanghai. Ella Natchui, the Ghanaian artist, and our great historic Turner paintings. I understand the Foreign Secretary is going to see it, which I'm very pleased about. But over the last 3 years, 1 million Chinese people have seen Tate shows in that country. And you see that replicated across all of the globe. There are 1 million people who will see Tate exhibitions in this next year across the world. So we are already world leading. For every pound the government gives, we generate 4 more for the economy. But if you invest in the creative sector in this country, you are investing in the best. And you mentioned Korea, Lucian. Hyundai Motor Company are Tate's biggest corporate sponsor. Over 10 years, they have invested £26 million to support things like Korean artist Mira Lee's commission in the Turbine Hall, which opened just last week. Now, if the Korean government thinks it's worth investing in our arts and creativity, and our government does, I think that it's because it is genuinely leading the world.
It's amazing. I'm so glad that we gave you the last word, because I think that note is exactly how we feel, that we're so proud of our past when it comes to heritage, culture, arts, sport, music, film, TV, but we are far more excited about the future. Can I just say a big thank you to you all for spending some time listening to the discussion. I hope you've been really inspired by it. Our absolutely clear message is we have the talent, we have the assets here in the UK, and we are absolutely open for business. Big thanks to our panel, and look forward to seeing you all later for a bit of Elton John.
Exactly.
Thank you. That was so great.
I'll go back to the lectern. Well, thank you, panel. A terrific discussion. Bang for the buck, soft power. Fantastic. We've heard from the Prime Minister. We're coming to the end of our morning plenaries. Have your chats off to the side, please, ladies and gents. We're coming to the end of our morning plenaries. We've heard from the Prime Minister, experts, world leaders in the fields of technology, innovation, sports and the arts. And now, distinguished guests, it's time for you to choose to attend one of 2 breakouts. The health tech ecosystem, turning data into decisions.